station of Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are St. Louis.
Welcome to St. Louis Cardinals baseball from the Gateway City. The red-hot San Francisco Giants are in town, and they have taken the first two games of this series. The Cardinals have lost 3 straight. So glad to have you with us. I'm Rick Horton. This is Al Raboski, and there is quite a buzz here at Busch Stadium here on a beautiful afternoon. Oscar Taveras, his first day in the big leagues.
Yeah, 21 years old, but this is the best hitting prospect since Albert Pujols. He has hit at every level. We expect him to hit at this level, and it's welcome to the big leagues for Oscar.
Good pitching matchup here this afternoon as well. Everybody looking forward to Oscar Taveras, his first day as a Cardinal. Every young player wants to be a big leaguer. Someday, Taveras' day is today. today is all about Oscar Taveras. But another Cardinal is celebrating an anniversary, and it's their starting pitcher, Michael Wacha. 1 year ago yesterday, he made his major league debut, and he's been exciting Cardinal Nation ever since that day. Today, he tries to slow down the Panda Express and the San Francisco Giants. Next on Fox Sports Midwest. Hey, Mike. I did. Brian. Cardinals baseball on Fox Sports Midwest is brought to you by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some Buds. It's Chevy Truck Month. Visit your Mid-America Chevy dealers to take advantage of Truck Month offers on the all-new Chevy Silverado. And by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. Packed house again at Busch Stadium for Saturday afternoon baseball. Many eyes will be on the Cardinal right fielder, Oscar Taveras, making his major league debut here this afternoon. Cardinals hoping to turn things around after dropping their last three. Here's the San Francisco Giant lineup this afternoon. Gregor Blanco in the leadoff spot. He plays center field, followed by Hunter Pence, who's done damage in this series. Sandoval, Morse, always dangerous. Sanchez, Colvin, Hicks, Adrianza, and the pitcher is Yusmeiro Petit, who is replacing Matt Cain, who has an injury. Young Michael Wacha. He's just 22 years of age, Al, but he's off to a good start.
Well, he is. And, of course, one of the biggest things is it looks like today won't have to combat one of his #1 nemesis, and that's rain. It seems like every time he takes a start, we have lengthy rain delays at the beginning or during the middle of the game. He's never faced the Giants before. This is his first time they're getting a look at him. And at Busch Stadium, Michael Wacha is 5-1 with a 2.44 ERA. And we just hope that trend will continue.
Oscar Taveras, the second-ranked minor league player in all of baseball in terms of being a prospect, is here.
And the Cardinals' #1 pick, their franchise player the last 2 years, dealing with the ankle injuries of a year ago. He was held down to about 46 games at AAA. And this year, tried to refine things. Oscar didn't get much playing time in spring training because of that ankle and then a hamstring.
Strike at the knees from Wacha, who has made 11 starts this year and has not allowed more than 3 runs in any of those starts. Broken bat hit to the right side, handled by Colton Long, and he throws out the speedy Gregor Blanco. Nice play behind Wacha, and here's the defense. The Cardinals actually ranked 2nd in the National League in terms of fielding percentage. There's Taveras in right field, Jay and Holiday to his left, and in the middle of the infield, Peralta and Wong, Carpenter and Craig at the corners, and Yadier Molina catching Michael Wacha here this afternoon.
Taveras probably would have been here sooner if you had the ability to play center field, but he really is a corner outfielder, and everyone is convinced that he is the best hitting prospect since a guy named Albert Pujols.
We won't forget about Michael Wacha and how exciting he is too. You need 9 players to win a game, often more than that.
Well, remember, Michael burst on the scene a year ago yesterday after a ton of rain delays in that game. I think there was something like 4 or 5 hours of rain delay in his major league debut, but he did not disappoint, going 7 innings with allowing just 2 hits.
Late swing by Pence. Pence had a good day here yesterday, 2 hits, including a home run into Big Mac land off of Adam Wainwright. Wacha working quickly as he always does, and he takes care of Hunter Pence with a changeup. 2 quick outs here this afternoon. Michael Wacha looks sharp so far.
And some of these giant hitters are going to be fooled by that changeup. It's an outstanding pitch for Michael Wacha. And a guy like Hunter Pence, you could throw his much improved breaking ball or a changeup, something to get him off the fastball, because he's kind of like one of those guys who just can't wait back on off-speed pitches.
You mentioned the first time the Giants have seen Wacha. Clearly an advantage for Wacha, who is, I would say, got as good a stuff as anybody on this Cardinal staff.
Well, what he really does is has a great ability to throw in a downward plane. You know, he's 6'6". He really arches back, throws straight over the top, and so he's very, very deceiving. And that changeup can be very troublesome for a lot of these hitters.
Jams Pablo Sandoval, shallow center field. In comes John Jay, and he makes that play on the run. Nice easy inning for Michael Wacha. St. Louis, the Giants and the St. Louis Cardinals. And an emergency start here this afternoon by Yusmeiro Petit, who is making his 5th start of the season. Matt Cain having issues with a hamstring. They thought he might be available for this start, but we'll see Petit instead.
Yeah, this is the 4th time he's pitched for Cain, 1 time for Tim Hudson, and he's actually pitched better out of the bullpen than as a starter.
Matt Carpenter set to hit, and here's the Cardinals lineup. Carpenter, Colton Wong, and Matt Holliday here in the 1st, followed by Alan Craig, Yadier Molina, and Oscar Taveras, batting 6th here in his debut. Peralta, John Jay in center, and Michael Wacha pitches and bats 9th.
Petit, last season, retired 26 Diamondbacks in a row before he gave up a hit with 2 outs in the 9th. Working on a perfect game. So that is not indicative of the type of pitcher he is. He's really 86 to 87, throws a 2 and 4 seamer. Slider is his best pitch. He'll throw a curve and change, but he really short arms the ball, and he has to be fine and on the corners. He really can't throw the ball by any Cardinal hitter.
One of those rare starters that works from the stretch and has spent a lot of time in the bullpen in his career too. Petit, a year ago, Al nearly had a perfect game pitching against the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yeah, he retired the first 26 batters in that game, and then it was
Eric Chavez.
Chavez got the hit. I'm trying to think. Oakland third baseman. Oakland third baseman.
2-1 to Carpenter. Matt has 13 doubles on the season. He scored 37 runs, 5th in the National League in that department. Open stance and a fly ball to center field. That's Blanco today, giving way to the left fielder Colvin for out number 1. A couple of changes in the Giants lineup today, and we'll cover those for you defensively. Blanco moves to center field. Tyler Colvin, the former Cub, gets to start in left. Pence has played every inning of every game in right. Adrianza and Hicks up the middle, and Pedro Sandoval, the third baseman. Michael Morse, the powerful first baseman, and Hector Sanchez again doing the catching for the injured Buster Posey.
Bruce Bochy, after this series, they go on to Cincinnati, but getting a lot of his bench players a chance to play here today. Brandon Belt, a fine first baseman, was off to a great start. He's on the DL with a fractured thumb. Posey hasn't played in this series because of the nerve condition in his back.
Sandoval taking the bunt away from Colton Wong. And Al, as you talk about this Giant team, they have a number of players that are struggling. In fact, Brandon Crawford's just 2 for his last 20. He's not starting today. Brandon Hicks is 1 for 16. Adrianza 2 for 20. Sanchez 3 for 28. Yet this team keeps winning. You add the injuries you talked about.
Yeah.
How are they doing it?
I had somebody associated with the Giants team tell me today if they win with this lineup, they'll never lose a game the rest of the way. But Bruce Bochy knows that if you're going to get some of those bench players to contribute, you got to give them a start every now and then.
5.5 runs a game in their last 8. The Giants are red hot. It's just missing high.
Ricky, the Giants in the first 2 games of this series have scored more runs than they did in all 6 games last year against St. Louis, which, by the way, St. Louis took 4-2.
Popped up right side. In comes Hunter Pence. 2 fly ball outs. And that brings in Matt Holliday. Our umpires here this afternoon. The crew chief is Ron Culpa. He's at third base. Marcus Patillo is our home plate umpire here today. Was born and raised at Poplar Bluff. Lance Barrett, Mike Everett, the other umpires. There's a look at Marcus Patillo, 37 years of age. He's one of the 22 umpires, Al, that are minor league call-ups. That's their designation, and they'll get a chance to umpire every once in a while in the big leagues when vacations happen, etc. And
we've seen a number of those names in and out, and Patillo is one of them.
A lot of new umpires, because you had to have 2 entirely new crews to man the challenge station in New York.
Hard hit to left, but playable for Colvin. So 3 fly ball outs is how this game starts for the Cardinals. No score through 1. Morse, Sanchez, and Colvin set to bat against Michael Wacha. Rick Horton with Al Hrabosky here today. Jim Hayes with us as well. And Jim, you've got more on the newest Cardinal.
Oscar Taveras, and Oscar told me he was basically just waiting for his turn. He said when Grichuk was called up twice, Shane Robinson called back up to St. Louis. He didn't let that distract him. He says the key was focusing on his game. Obviously it worked. He hit .462 over his final 10 games in Memphis. He told me when Memphis manager Pop Warner gave him the news last night, the first thing he did was call his mom. As for nerves about being in the bigs, Oscar told me it wouldn't be a problem. That's what he said at first. Then he thought about it and said, well, I'll see when I get out there. I think that's understandable, Rick.
Well, Jim, I think that is entirely true. And as John Mozeliak has pulled the trigger on the prize Cardinal prospect here, I wanted to ask you about Mike Matheny's reaction. He seemed to be talking a lot about, Jim, all the external hoopla, but wanted to really downplay it in the Cardinal clubhouse, didn't he?
Yeah, he said he's going to downplay it to his players and also to Oscar himself. But he said he's excited to see what Oscar can do at the big league level. He had a chance to see him quite a bit, and he said there's something not just about the ability of Taveras, but also his personality. He used the word infectious. And for a team that scuffled a little bit of late, I think Mike thinks that Oscar could give this team a spark, maybe a big one.
2-2 to Morris. Jim, one other quick thing as he hits that ball inside the bag, and this could be 2, and Taveras going to get a chance to show his arm a bit here, and the throw to second base not in time. So a leadoff double for Michael Morris is how we start here in the second inning. But Jim, I wanted to ask you about Matt Adams and give the summary on where he is.
Yeah, he's on the DL with a left calf strain. He was wearing a compression sleeve on the calf today, keeping the swelling down. He says the calf feels like there's a knot in it, and it's disappointing because when he first felt the tightness, he didn't think he would miss any time, but the thing never progressed. And initially he thought the calf maybe would keep him out a day or two, if that. So he's disappointed because he's on the DL now.
All right, Jim, thank you. Appreciate the info as Wacha works with nobody out here in the top of the second inning. And a swing and a miss from the catcher, Hector Sanchez, who we mentioned 3 for his last 28. And getting the bulk of the innings behind the plate with Posey not on the DL, but certainly injured.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's very frustrating for a manager when you think a guy maybe he'll miss 3 or 4 days. You don't want to run the risk of putting him on for 2 weeks.
There's a pop into right field. In comes Taveras, and he makes the play.
You can see him take charge right there. Of course, it's a former teammate that he calls off, Colton Wong.
Nice to catch that first fly ball, isn't it? Get it out of the way. He's made a throw. He's caught a fly ball. He's kind of gotten maybe some of those jitters out.
Well, that helps. You know, just getting out the field. But there is something about getting the first time you get a chance. Now he's made a throw and has a put out. I think a lot of people need to remember, though, that he's only 21 years of age, and we don't want to put too much pressure on him. Just try to keep him in a relaxed atmosphere.
Change up, strike one to Tyler Colvin. Colvin had a big year with the Cubs in 2010, 20 home run year. Came back the next year, couldn't hit anything. He just struggled, and now he's with the Giants, getting another shot with Brandon Belt on the DL. There's the curveball from Wacha. You mentioned he's using that pitch, Al, more than he did a year ago. Still developing for Michael.
Yeah, when he really came to the big leagues, he did not have a third pitch. He didn't have a breaking ball that he could throw for a strike, or even really, really make a hitter think about another pitch. So he was fastball, changeup. But when we saw him come back the second time, that curveball was much improved, and we saw through the playoffs last year it became a weapon for him. Same thing with Wacha. He burst on the scene, did phenomenal, was just outstanding, a superstar in postseason. But you got to remember, he's still relatively a very, very young player. It's only his 12th start this year and 21st in his long career.
The 1-2. Late swing and spoiled by Colvin. Wacha averaging a strikeout an inning in his young career. Been remarkably consistent.
It says something where in his 11 previous starts, 9 times he's gone 6 innings or more. But the important thing is he's not allowed more than 3 runs.
There's a call, third strike. Wacha gets Colvin his second strikeout. And he is trying to strand that leadoff double by Michael Morse, who had his 16th double of the season, and probably I would say the best player on the Giants right now, standing out there at second base. One more look at that last pitch from Wacha.
Monday gives you that good look, catches Colvin in between, and his second strikeout.
Brandon Hicks, 1 for his last 16.
Well, they like his power.
I can see why.
Kind of bounced around all over the place. Originally signed by Atlanta, has been with the Mets, different places, and all of a sudden with Marco Scudero out, Brandon Hicks getting a chance to play. Not hitting for average, but 8 home runs.
Guarding the line at third is Matt Carpenter, and a swing and a miss. Hicks clearly a pull hitter. We saw that with that long ball get into the second deck here. Wacha ahead of him 1-2.
And wouldn't you think the changeup would be a great pitch? A guy that pull hitter, he's going to be opening up real quick anyway. So if you can throw that changeup down and away, should you have swing and miss.
There's the changeup down and away, but
interesting there is Yachty was setting up inside. I wouldn't like to throw the changeup inside.
The 2-2 up the middle, handled by Colt Wong on the backhand. So Michael Wacha, 2 clean innings. When we come back, we'll have Alan Craig, Yadier Molina, and yes, that guy, Oscar Taveras. Bottom of the second, no score. Craig, Molina, and Taveras for the Cardinals. We look at our Toyota keys here this afternoon, Al.
Well, talk about the two young phenoms, the last two that have made debuts for him. Talk about Wacha. It's time for him to silence the bats. He's doing a good job, but he's going to have to be the stopper, and he's going to have to do his thing. If he keeps them under 3 runs, he should win. And Taveras, you want him to take a deep breath. Just relax, go out there, let your natural ability take over. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, and really don't try and grind sawdust in where you're gripping the bat.
I always found that taking the deep breath was the easy part. It's exhaling that's harder.
Remember Larry Walker, he comes after a phenomenal major league career. His comes to St. Louis, and he admitted in his first at bat he got a standing ovation, and he said he had trouble. He struck out and got another standing ovation, and it really caught him by surprise. So think what a 21-year-old is going to do for the first time.
So much to get acclimated to. Teammates, clubhouse.
That's the same
city.
field, that same dimensions basically that you're playing when you were at Quad Cities. You won a batting title there. Then you go to Springfield to win another batting title. Just go out there and play game.
Cardinals hitting fly balls to outfielders so far. Hunter Pence makes that play again. So 3 fly ball outs, brings in Yadier Molina. Brings Oscar Taveras to the on-deck circle. Everybody excited about Taveras, but the favorite's still Yadier Molina.
Oh, no doubt. He is definitely the face of the franchise and fans' favorite. He has struggled on this homestand. Molina just 2 for 15 on this homestand, but his .314 average still good enough for 10th place on the batting race.
The 0-1. Yadi's one of those guys, Al, that you're never really comfortable pitching to, even if he's 2 for his last 15. You just feel like he's going to have a good at-bat. He has a good understanding of what he does at the plate, and you always feel confident, even when he's struggling from a Cardinals point of view, when Yadi's taking his turn.
It just shows you how valuable he is, that you just can't take him out of the lineup.
We noticed, Al, between innings that Bill Finley was talking to the crew chief Ron Kolpa, and they were discussing on the phone and potential weather. And maybe Bill's just used to doing that when Wacha pitches. Jam shot right to the shortstop. Out number 2.
Batting 6th, making his major league debut, number 18, right fielder Oscar Taveras.
Wonderful reception for the Cardinal rookie Oscar Taveras, and his big league career starts right now. How good must that feel? Don't have a hit yet, no home runs, no runs scored, and you get a standing ovation.
Well, he's not having trouble with his heartbeat. It's a little accelerated though. One thing you notice is he is not afraid to take a cut. He will swing and swings hard all the time. But his last 10 games in AAA, hit in 9 of those 10, and he was just on fire. Hit .462 during that time, 2 3-hit games and a 4-hit game.
The 0-2 to Taveras. Jam shot towards left center field, and that's going to carry to Colvin. 1-2-3 inning for Petit. No score through 2. photo using STL Fan Photo for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming broadcast. Brought to you by AT&T. Some light rain falling here at Busch Stadium. Oscar Taveras had his first plate appearance as a big leaguer, and many, many more to come. Some fans heading for cover here. Again, the rain very light. Michael Wacha used to this. Swing and a miss. A-Ray Adrianza playing shortstop here this afternoon for the Giants.
Last start, remember, there was an hour and 1 minute rain delay at the start of the game with no rain, and then as soon as they started the game, the rain started coming. But Michael Wacha is used to it. Can't say he likes it.
Ahead 0-2. Jam shot towards Carpenter. Makes a tough play, and just in time to get Adrianza, who runs well. That was a tough play. The ball had a lot of spin on it, and Carpenter was trying to figure out whether to backhand it or take it on the forehand and end up making a nice play.
Well, you're right. Comes in on it, and then you see throws him out by just a half a step at the most. Very close play at first base as he's running hard. That relay, or that shot showed you clearly out. A lot of English coming off the bat. A left-hander spinning away from Carpenter and then dealing with right at the cut with the grass and dirt too.
Petit overmatched there by Wacha. Just 0.46 career batting average for Petit.
He's 0 for 9 this year with 6 strikeouts. In his career, an 0.46 batter.
The 0-2. Wacha again working quickly, and he punches out. Petit looking. That is 3 for Wacha, and 2 quick outs here in the top of the third. Wacha, 22 years of age. Second baseman Colt Wong, 23 years of age. And our right fielder here this afternoon, Oscar Taveras, just 21.
So he is now the youngest player. Martinez the second youngest, and Wacha third youngest. Future looks bright.
Sure does. You throw in Carlos Martinez and Trevor Rosenthal, and you've got very nice nucleus for many years to come. Blanco trying to slow down Wacha a bit, and he waves at that pitch. That's the best way I can describe that swing. Kind of a running swing from Blanco.
Yeah. Overmatched on the play and looked like he's trying to almost bunt it, a little kind of a little chopper. I guess that's what you get.
Not going to bunt that one. High and tight, hits Blanco in the back. And that's the second base runner for the Giants here this afternoon.
Right shoulder, right behind the back there.
Blanco, one of the hottest Giant hitters, 394 in his last 14 games. He's aboard. We mentioned he runs well, 6 for 7, but that's Molina at the plate. Late swing by Hunter Pence, fouled over the Cardinals dugout.
Wacha works so quickly, it's hard to think a base runner is going to get a real good jump off it. He is 6'6". And a lot of times when you have tall pitchers, they're slow to the plate, but I wouldn't put necessarily Wacha in that category. Something Shelby Miller really needs to work on. Shelby knows it, right?
And he's working on it. But it's a work in progress. It doesn't just happen overnight.
Yeah.
Quick move to first, and Al, not to be a conspiracy theorist here, but the running swing by Blanco trying to get Carpenter in, the swing past him, is that something the Cardinals didn't like, do you think? That next pitch just coincidentally up to him?
Yeah, I think it's more coincidental.
I tend to think that too, but you never know in this game. 1-2. Of course, we've had some dust-ups with the Giants in the past, but that's more of a far-away past, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, Whitey and Craig.
Oh, yeah.
But Dusty and Tony. And part of that is just the competitiveness. You know, they all had respect for each other, but things happen. It's an emotional game.
World Series champions 2010 and 2012 for the San Francisco Giants. And a call, third strike. Pence doesn't like that call. Cuts the outside corner. Wacha through 3. No score. June 15th, relive the classic calls and don't miss out on the opportunity to add Jack Buck to your bobblehead collection. 25,000 fans entering with a ticket will receive a Jack Buck bobblehead with voice chip. That is presented by First National Bank. For more information and to purchase tickets, visit cardinals.com/promotions. Good pitching so far here this afternoon. Bottom of the 3rd inning. Cardinal fans hoping for a victory here today. The Giants have won 4 straight. The Cardinals have lost 3 straight and have also lost 3 games to the Milwaukee Brewers, who've won their last 3. And Peralta, Jay, and Wacha scheduled to bat for the Cardinals here in the 3rd.
Long season. Uncommon. Clubs go up and down that leaderboard.
I suspect we're going to have very tight races this year. And I think that's good for baseball.
Well, I think in the Central Division, I'm a little surprised at how far back Pittsburgh and Cincinnati is. Also surprised that the Cardinals are where they are.
Peralta waves at a breaking ball. Again, you mentioned the slider for Petit is clearly his best pitch. A year ago, opponents hit just 154 against the breaking ball of Petit. Hungry, Al?
That looks a lot better than ballpark food we've seen elsewhere, primarily Cincinnati.
Swing and a miss. Peralta, first strikeout victim for Petit.
You know, Petit really short arms the ball. And when you talk about that, the ball is sneaky fast, gets on you a little quicker. But there's that slider. He's got to keep it in that kind of location. If he can induce hitters to swing at it when it's off the plate, he'll be that much better.
You mentioned earlier, Al, that he's made 4 starts for Kane and Hudson, and his earned run average over 7 in those starts.
Right. I say he's pitched better out of the bullpen.
Ground ball right side, booted by Morse. Doesn't panic and flips to Petit covering. And John Jay is retired. Morse signed as a shortstop. A little fumbly there. Spent more time in the outfield and was kicked off the heel of the glove, Al. And important thing for him is he didn't panic.
Right. He stayed with it. It's kind of relaxed.
You do that at third, the runner's safe. You do that at short, the runner's safe. First baseman,
they can recover.
You bet. Michael Wacha hitting just .050. Does have a couple of RBIs. Cardinals looking for their first hit.
Hope that the second time through the order, the Cardinals will have better at bats.
There's the numbers, Al, you're talking about. Much better as a reliever.
Yeah. How do you win with a 7 ERA? Win the one game.
Strike on that outside corner. That's the pitch Wacha got as well. He can't complain. No score through 3. Cardinals baseball on Fox Sports Midwest is brought to you by AT&T, mobilizing your world. By Schnucks, your neighborhood hometown grocer for 75 years. Find a helpful servicing steel dealer near you. Visit steeldealers.com. Busch Stadium, St. Louis, Missouri. Good pitching so far. Had just one hit here this afternoon. Wacha and Petit.
Since Cardinal fans are just waiting for something good to happen from the Cardinal standpoint. They've been silenced yesterday and the last couple innings on Thursday. Sandoval had his 9-game RBI streak stopped that kept his batting streak,
which is now at 10 games. And in the month of May, he's driven in 19 runs. Dangerous hitter, especially from the left side. Good fastball, misses the outside corner. That's typical Wacha velocity. 91, 92 from what we've seen this year. There are times where he can get it up to 94. Changeup, in my mind, still is his best pitch overall. As good as his fastball is, just love his changeup. The 3-1.
All your secondary pitches come off that fastball. You have to have a good enough fastball to make those others effective. But it's the good arm angle that he comes from.
Changeup bounced up the middle. Tough play for Peralta. Bare hands it, gets his man. How about that play?
Very nice play. Bare hands it on the run. Peralta has been a lot better defensively than what people would say. There's the changeup. You can see how you get a funky swing, comes off the bat. It was surprising that he came in and barehanded, but he needed to with Sandoval.
Sure did.
He'll surprise you with his hustle and his speed.
Gets him by a step. I agree 100%. The things we'd heard about Peralta, nothing negative about him, but thought, well, he didn't have great range, kind of an okay shortstop who could hit and had some pop. This one popped up. Long battles his son, makes the play. But he has been certainly much better than advertised at shortstop. Fox Sports supports and is proud to collaborate with Stand Up to Cancer, a groundbreaking initiative created to accelerate innovative cancer research that gets new therapies to patients quickly in order to save lives now. For more information, visit foxsportssupports.com. Hector Sanchez flew out to right, his first plate appearance, and takes a off-speed pitch high. You better be ready in the box if you're facing Wacha. Hold the string on that one. He's ready right now.
Infielders love to play behind him because of that quick pace. There's 93 with the fastball, 1-ball, 2-strike count. He threw 2 curveballs and a fastball, and now he wants the fastball in.
Jams him. Middle of the infield. Carpenter calls everybody off and makes the play. Great start for Wacha here this afternoon. MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, is celebrating 12 years. Join the millions of subscribers and watch every out-of-market game live online or in true HD on over 400 mobile and connected devices. Visit Cardinals.com for details. Temperatures right at 90 degrees here this afternoon. Busch Stadium. Warm afternoon. Some rain in the area. We've had a little bit so far, and we understand that the game probably not in jeopardy here this afternoon, but we may get some more pop-up showers. Matt Carpenter will lead off for the Cardinals here in the bottom of the fourth, looking for some offense, and Matt has the longest active hit streak. He's our BJC difference maker here this afternoon. Walker with 11, Gomez 10, Sandoval for the Giants, as Al mentioned, has a 10-game hitting streak as well. Carpenter's been very consistent of late in those 12 games, hitting .370.
He scored in 8 consecutive games. That's a team high. Also getting on base with a lot of walks.
And takes strike one from Yusmeiro Petit.
He's 5th in the National League in runs scored, tied for 7th in the National League in walks. And his 29 walks lead all National League leadoff hitters.
The 0-1 takes that strike on the outside corner. 0-2. Petit, 29-year-old right-hander from Maracaibo, Venezuela. Did you ever play in Venezuela?
Yep, I did. End of my career, I went there, and I really enjoyed all the years I played in winter ball. And I will say, the least I enjoyed was in Venezuela. It was also because I was through.
Hard to enjoy it when you're through, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's fun on the way up. It's not so fun on the way down.
I love pitching in Mexico, and I love pitching in the Dominican.
You play in Puerto Rico as well?
No.
1-2 to Carpenter. Cardinals looking for their first base runner. And they've got it.
A 13-game hitting streak for Matt Carpenter, and of late, when he gets one, it's usually going to be a multi-hit game. Didn't hit it particularly hard, but effectively muscled it over the infield, and it's the first Cardinal hit and just the second hit of this ball game.
One of the few sliders that we've seen up in the zone to Cardinal hitters here today.
You know, Carpenter's done such a great job as a leadoff man, but you almost wonder if Colton Wong wouldn't be better, and then use Carpenter a little bit down in the order. More in this situation, kind of the more conventional, kind of, if you're going to do the, sacrifice him into scoring position. I remember Tony La Russa like Pop in that second spot in the order.
Left side, foul territory. Sandoval has it. I think it's an interesting thought about this Cardinal lineup, and we'll get to that. But let's first remind you to download the new McD app for great deals sent directly to your smartphone. Right now, get a free large sandwich with any purchase just for downloading.
Go Panda sign at the top of Big Mac land.
I think your point about the top of the lineup for the Cardinals, you've got more speed in Wong, and you've got really good bat control and some of that pop from Matt Carpenter. So switching them, I wonder if that's something they've even considered.
And the real key to the Cardinal offense is to get guys on in front of Holiday, Craig, and Molina. And we hope we can add Taveras and Peralta and everybody else to that part of the lineup.
Seems like you'd be more tempted to hit and run with Carpenter at the plate and Wong at first than the other way around.
And Wong's more inclined to steal a base for you. And we saw last year with Carpenter, even in the leadoff spot, he was a good RBI man.
Well, he was just so good a year ago. I think maybe part of it is you just don't want to change what works so well.
But we really doesn't seem like we've been able to replace Beltran. And Carlos hit a lot of times in that second hole. I was very disappointed that he was on the disabled list, one here in St. Louis when the Yankees were in town.
I agree. 2-0 to Holiday. Could be a go pitch here. Popped up right side. A lot of pop-ups here this afternoon. Hicks takes that one.
I always found that when you popping up a lot of balls, the indication of how much movement the pitches have, that teams struggling to center the ball.
Alan Craig hitting in the cleanup spot today. As you no doubt have heard by now, Matt Adams on the disabled list. Oscar Taveras making his major league debut today, and that really begs the question, Al, the long-term best spot in the order for Oscar Taveras. Today he's in that 6th spot. Mike Matheny telling us before the game that felt like he didn't want to put him in too high pressure a situation yet, but a place in the lineup where he could do some damage. He felt like 6 was the appropriate place to start him, but who knows where he'll end up.
Well, I think as you get later into his career, you would think of him as a 3, 4, 5 guy.
Watching Taveras in spring training a year ago, I would say there wasn't much doubt he was the Cardinals' best hitter in spring training. He had great plate coverage, sweet swing, good power to all fields. Really squares the ball up quite a bit, and just can flat out hit.
His scout told Dan McLaughlin that he was asking, well, how good a hitter is Oscar Taveras? The scout's response was, he's your best hitter. He said, well, he's best hitter at Memphis. He goes, no, he's your best hitter. And when he comes up, you will be the best hitter in the Cardinals. That's one scout's opinion, and reality is now we'll see if he can back that up.
I remember that same line of conversation with Jose Oquendo talking to Tony La Russa about a young guy named Albert Pujols.
Remember, it was a Bobby Bonilla hamstring that allowed Albert to make that ball club that year.
Remember Jose telling La Russa when he was asked, well, do you think he should start in AAA or the big leagues? And Jose gave him one of those looks and said, big leagues. And he goes, well, where do we play him? He says, I don't care, but he's hitting third. And Jose was so sure of Albert's ability, and I think Albert always appreciated Jose's backing and believing in him, and Jose will no doubt have an effect on Oscar Taveras and his development at this level. 1-2 to Craig. Carpenter the runner. Two and two.
It's actually the coaching staff and Mark McGuire that were backing and pushing for Albert Pujols to make the club that year. Tony was very resistant, and it wasn't until Bobby Bonilla pulled his hamstring that opened the spot for him. And Bobby Bonilla had a great career, but that was his biggest contribution to the Cardinals, is going on the DL so Albert would make the team.
Swing and a miss. Craig frustrated. Cardinals offense frustrated. No score. Pat and Jim, we're waiting along with you as well for the first hit for Oscar Taveras, and we look at some notable Cardinal debuts and now where they hit in the lineup.
Yeah, you see, Yachty, remember, was really just a defensive player and not much of a hitter when he first came up, and he had the most success of these notable Cardinals in their debuts. You might also notice that 41 was the number that Yachty wore when he first came to the big leagues. And now, because he's such a good player, he's down to a single digit. And if he continues to play like he's playing right now, we'll see that number 4 on the, not only on the retirement wall in left field, but we'll see it in Cooperstown too. He's still got to play a few more years, and he's got to stay healthy and keep on producing.
Wouldn't that be great to see? 0-2 on Tyler Colvin, who struck out looking his first plate appearance against Michael Wacha. Change up low. Number 18, Oscar Taveras. And when you think of number 18, what Cardinals do you think of?
I think of Mike Shannon.
You bet.
You're going to think of Andy Van Slyke?
Andy Van Slyke. Keith Hernandez was 18 for a couple years. Luis Alicea wore it for a number of years in the 90s.
I was thinking Keith, maybe when he came up, was 37.
Ended up 37, but he was 18 for a while, and so was a guy that I wanted to get to was David Green. And David Green, one of 5 Cardinal position players to debut since 1980 at the age of 21 or younger. David Green had just a ton of talent.
Great talent. And a true 5-tool player.
And all 5 of these players before Taveras were Latin players. You had Albert Pujols, who was 21 and actually 20, and Joey Disa, you may remember from the 80s, a former teammate of mine. Miguel Mejia was a Rule 5 guy. Yadier Molina, David Green. That's the list of position players who were 21 or younger for their debut.
I remember Miguel Mejia, who really was a Rule 5 player and really kind of became just a base runner. And at the end of the season, Tom Pagnazzi said, now you take this playoff money and you save it. Basically saying, because you'll never see it again. You know, he had to stay on the roster that year, and he did contribute to a winning season as a pinch runner, but just really wasn't an accomplished hitter. He wasn't he wasn't going to be able to hit his way on to be an effective big leaguer.
Swing and a miss. Wacha takes care of Colvin. Another strikeout. That's 5 for Wacha. Saturday, June 14th. Pick up a Cardinals blanket for you or your furry friend. Compliments of Nestle Purina. They're available to 25,000 pet lovers ages 16 and older. Get yours by purchasing tickets at cardinals.com/promotions. Fly ball to center. John Jay has it. There's a quick out. A-Ray Adrianza. You're just going to have to trust me on A-Ray.
Switch hitter, and not doing much damage either way.
E-H-I-R-E. Adrianza, 2 for his last 21.
083 right-handed, 176 left-handed.
Overmatched there, and 91-mile-an-hour fastball from Wacha. Jammed, and another pop-up. Seems to be the out du jour. Long has that one. Bottom of the 5th, no score. What's on tap? Brought to you by our friends at Budweiser. Tim Hudson, probably the best starter for the Giants, goes tomorrow against Lance Lynn. Coverage begins at 12:30 on Fox Sports Midwest. Final game of the 4-game series here tomorrow afternoon. Molina, Taveras, Peralta. Could this be the inning for the first big league hit for Oscar Taveras?
I'm looking forward to see not only the hit, but I'm looking forward to the RBI and hopefully turn into a game-winning RBI.
I like to watch him run too. I saw him play a lot this spring training, and he runs. And of course, he had his ankle issue, Al, that we talked about earlier. But Taveras kind of gallops when he runs. He runs hard.
But we don't want to give anybody the impression that he's a 5-tool player, because he's not.
But that one tool hitting,
he's got the best one.
That is a sharp tool. Long one to right. Back goes Pence to the track, and he makes the play. Awkwardly, as always, but Hunter Pence makes the play.
Almost everything that Hunter does looks a bit awkward, especially at the plate. There he's kind of running parallel to the wall, making the curve, and kind of not a true basket catch, but kind of with his glove out in front of him. He just looks awkward in everything he does, but he's a good player.
Taking that awkwardness to the All-Star game 2 times. Oscar Taveras flew out to left his first plate appearance. We suspect that he will be in there almost every day, and he hits very well against left-handers. So that won't stop him.
344 in AAA against left-handed pitching. I like the way he swings the bat, as the rain starts coming down now. So
the 1-0. Hit hard, deep to right. It's a long one, and it is gone. Home run, Oscar Taveras. 1-0 Cardinals. How about that for a debut?
Yeah, he gallops.
He got the trot there, didn't he?
Yeah, and I got my wish too, potentially. His first hit being a game winner. RBI.
And he brought the rain too. With 1 out in the 5th inning. Not an official game. The grounds crew comes out, and they're going to put the tarp on. And we are going to have a Michael Wacha rain delay. Oscar Taveras.
We may not have a rain delay. Look, it's already stopping. And the umpires haven't left yet. They're sitting there, and now Bill Finley's running in to talk to Ron Kulpa, the crew chief, and they may tell the grounds crew to put him back.
I'm not sure I've seen that happen before.
I haven't, but I like it.
I think the point of getting through an official 5 innings would be appropriate. The fact that the Giants have hit, however, in the top of the 5th makes it official enough from the Cardinals' point of view.
Yeah, 4.5 if the home team is leading.
Oscar Taveras providing a thrill here, Al.
That breaking ball is coming right into him. Look at the finish and the follow through. See the raindrops. Probably a lot of tears too for all the hard work he's paid off and come through. But there's that big majestic statue. He may be playing with a little flair right there, but your first big league hit and it's a home run. you get in pretty selective company.
He was a no-doubter, too, Al. And find that baseball, Cardinal bullpen. How about this react?
The good thing is that fell into the Cardinal bullpen, so they have secured that for Oscar.
Still waiting on the field here. The umpires huddled with Bill Finley. The rain has picked up again, and
now they're going to bring it out. The tarp.
And here it comes.
Almost.
1-0 Cardinals, thanks to Oscar Taveras. We are in a helitech rain delay. We'll be back to Bush after this. And the Cardinals lead this ball game 1-0. Yusmeiro Petit and Michael Wacha. And now we have already seen a thrill here this afternoon. And Oscar Taveras and his home run in his big league debut in this inning.
Well, we've seen that, and we were looking forward to it. Knew it was going to happen at some point, but we didn't know it would be a second major league at bat. Now we got to just finish off this game and hopefully make it a game winner.
It's a 1-0 count on Johnny Peralta after the home run by Taveras, and he got a curtain call, which was a wonderful moment for him. The rains came, and we've had some rain off and on for nearly 50 minutes here, and the grounds crew has done a nice job of getting this field ready, and we're underway here. Bottom of the 5th inning as we resume, and a swing and a miss by Peralta. Even the count at 1-1. There's one out. Cardinals batting in the bottom of the 5th inning. John Jay will bat next. Strike on the outside corner. Most of the crowd has stayed here, Al. The rain was not, I guess, so crazy to think that we wouldn't resume. 47-minute rain delay officially.
And that really is not that long of a delay for the pitchers.
Enough time to go get some more food and drink.
For a strikeout for Petit. His actually looked like he is sharper since the rain delay.
Good slider by Petit. Gets Peralta for the second time. He has 4 strikeouts here this afternoon. It brings in John Jay.
So he allowed 2 hits, including the Oscar Taveras home run.
John Jay, Al, had a big hit here last night.
And I think that's the reason he got the playing time today. His reward for the bases clearing double.
Came in the 8th inning. The Cardinals were trailing 9-0 at the time, and at least gave him a shot. Ended up losing here in game 2, 9-4. Wainwright was not sharp, a rare occurrence. And the Cardinals dropped the first game of the series 6-5. 1-0 to Jay. Only 3 hits in the game here. Giants have managed just 1 against Michael Wacha. Hard hit up the middle. A shortstop Adrianza throws out John Jay. One of those hits. First career hit for Oscar Taveras. Oh, by the way, it was a home run. 1-0 St. Louis. 25,000 fans 16 and older will have the opportunity to bring home a piece of Busch Stadium with a unique canvas print that replicates the retired numbers mural in left field. Get your tickets for the June 13th Cardinals versus the Nationals game at cardinals.com/promotions. Michael Wacha is used to rain delays, is he not? 5 of them totaling 5 hours and 39 minutes.
And that's this year. And Ricky, I think you'll remember his major league debut. It was a year ago yesterday and today. But you got home, you were doing the post-game show at about 4 in the morning.
I remember it very well.
I think there was over 5 hours of rain delay in that game against Kansas City.
Pat Parrish and I closed down the bar, literally.
Wow, that's normal occurrence for you.
The general manager came over and said, just make sure you stack the chairs. I'll see you tomorrow. And we were left to do the post game at 4 in the morning. And both the people who saw it loved it. There's a strikeout.
Number 6 for Michael Wacha tonight. Came in the top 10 in strikeouts and adding to that total tonight.
That is strikeout number 74 on the season for Wacha. Wainwright also in the top 10.
So Wacha's allowed just 1 hit and a hit batsman today.
And the man he hit is at the plate, Gregor Blanco. Hard hit to center field. John Jay makes the play. Good contact there for Blanco. Pitch count low for both Wacha and Petit. Both staying in the game after the rain delay. Probably, you say, Alf, it's an hour-and-a-half rain delay, then the pitchers don't come back. I don't know what the number is.
Yeah, I think that's probably more realistic.
Depends on the guy, the situation. There's so many factors in that.
Whereas I played with a guy one time, made a start at Old Busch Stadium, and he had a no-hitter for five innings. A 15-minute rain delay, and he said he couldn't go back out. That was the last start he made.
Interesting. Hunter Pence, good changeup from Wacha. Had a late nasty movement to it.
That may be one of the reasons why they're swinging early in the count, trying to avoid getting to some of these nasty off-speed pitches.
Looking at that replay, the movement was so sharp and so late it looked like a curveball, but it wasn't.
It has featured the curveball today and also a cutter to go along with a great fastball and changeup.
Two and two the count to Hunter Pence. Struck out twice already against Wacha today. Wacha looking for strikeout number 7. And the 2-2. Good swing, fouls it back. Classic Hunter Pence swing, wasn't it?
Off balance, it almost falls down, but mentioned he's a terrific ball player. Put together a nice career. 27 home runs a year ago, 99 RBIs.
The 2-2. Grounded, just foul. Yeah, you watch Pence play and kind of struck by, is he an old school player? Is he a new school player? Or is it some other school we don't know about?
Like Virginia.
Ow. Just seems different. He seems different than every big leaguer to me.
Yeah.
And in some ways he reminds me of a guy that's really good at a different sport other than baseball. But he's just really good at getting results in this game. Pops this one up. Giving chase. Alan Craig. Watch the tarp.
Better believe it. That Hunter Pence, he wears his pant legs, not the opposite of George Hendrick. He wears his above the knee, where George would wear it almost below the shoe level. But I've never seen anybody have the pant leg above the knee. Just constant movement.
Ground ball left side, base hit in the hole.
Gets results.
Sure does. A lot of movement in the box with Hunter Pence.
Just, look at how fidgety he is. Everything moving. And even, swinging at that, and almost like chopping down at the ball.
I would guess if you went to a tryout and you watched the swing and the stance of Hunter Pence, you might not look at him twice. It's possible.
I think it's very possible.
Would love to have him, though. Very, very good player. Big swing by Sandoval right on that pitch. And again, the Giants' first ball hitting against Michael Wacha. Sandoval's 0 for 2. 10-game hitting streak on the line here this afternoon.
I think the approach is first fastball you see, you swing at. There's going to be another fastball away.
Predictably late. Had a feeling he might be looking for changeup, and they went ahead with another fastball, and that's all about the timing issue.
And it's a very good point, Ricky, because you're thinking, okay, get ahead with a fastball the first pitch. Got the great changeup, curveball, and cutter, all these different things. It's like another fastball up the ladder.
Now what do you look for if you're Sandoval? The classic approach is you look for the fastball to adjust to the breaking ball.
Yes. You look for his changeup. He'd be very difficult to catch up to his fastball. Fastball in.
Hard hit right side, base hit for Sandoval. Pence round second. He's headed for third. Taveras gets the ball in, hits the cutoff man, and 2 2-out hits for the Giants.
Don't like the fastball in, but it's up above the plate, and he tomahawks it and hits it by into right field. Look at Pence run. Long stride, but it looks awkward too. It gets the job done, as we say. Tired of saying that.
Careful with this guy, Michael Morse. 11 home runs, 38 RBIs on the season for the Giants. He's been their most productive hitter. He fouls that one off, and what a contrast in batting styles between Hunter Pence and Michael Morse, who stands there like a statue.
Well, and he looks so muscle bound and has the arms out away from his body, and it looks like you could just tie him up with hard stuff up and in. But he's powerful enough that if you miss and you miss location, he can get a whack at it. He's got 11 home runs for a reason. Doesn't it look awkward the way he holds his hands out away from his body?
He's just posing right here. Yeah. Not a lot of movement. Pence all over the place, every part of his body moving. Morse gets set and no movement.
Well off the plate, so it looks like you could pitch him inside, and he also, I bet, is trying to bait a lot of pitchers to throw him inside, saying if you miss and you leave that on the inner part of the plate, I'll hammer it. But it also looked like he couldn't reach the outside part of the plate.
0-2. They go inside, and it's a changeup, and he strikes out Michael Morse. Strikeout number 7 for Wacha. 2 runners stranded for the Giants here in the 6th. We go to the bottom of the 6th in St. Louis. 1-0 Cardinals. To benefit reviving baseball in the inner cities. You can help by golfing in the Ted Savage RBI Golf Classic. That'll be on June 10th. Cardinals alumni, including Lou Brock, Ozzie Smith, Whitey Herzog, join with golfers on the course. Foursomes available. You can find the details at cardinals.com/RBI Golf. Nice round of applause for Michael Wacha, who will lead off for the Cardinals here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Cardinals with just 2 hits here today, but they have the big blow. Oscar Taveras, long home run to right field. Assuming that the baseball is now a souvenir in safekeeping somewhere in the Cardinal clubhouse.
They really swing the outfield away around towards right field.
1-0 to Wacha, and Wacha's trying to shorten up his stroke a little bit. Adam Wainwright and all the Cardinal pitchers really trying to just make contact. And you know, we talk about batting styles and stances, and we saw it with Pence and Morse last inning. You know, there's a lot of different ways to get it done, Al.
Absolutely. And there's a lot of ways a pitcher can help his own cause. Wacha is just 1 for 20. 1 for 21 now with a strikeout earlier, but he's got 2 RBIs with that 1 hit.
2-2 to Wacha. So Wacha in the top of the order here for the Redbirds, and it'd be nice to get some extra offense with this Giants bullpen as good as they are.
Bruce Bochy has to be pleased with Pettit with his innings out of an emergency start. His 5th one, though.
There's a slider that doesn't slide and pops out of the glove of Sanchez. Call those torpedoes. They're boring, but they just kind of keep going straight.
You know, I was thinking about unusual stances. Stan Musial.
Sure did.
He would never teach in that stance. And I'm sure he had a bunch of hitting instructors say, okay, when you fail, I'm going to work with you and I'm going to give you a good stance. The only problem, Stan never failed. Hit 330 plus as your career hitter. Not too many people are going to tell you to change.
It's a difficult job that a hitting coach has. How much do you interject when somebody's getting their work done? You leave them alone. Popped up on the right side, and who wants it? Hicks takes it. Again, we talked about the difference between Morse and Pence, and we noticed their mannerisms, Al, very different.
As kind of the setup and what they do just to get ready to where they pull their trigger mechanism. You see Hunter on the left and Morris on the right. All the movement from Hunter and very little movement, but they both have can do the same thing.
You expect a pigeon to land on Morse, don't you?
Well, hey, Pence can't even stand still in the outfield. Yeah, but I bet, you know, as you see how Morse stands, I bet he's baits a lot of guys to try and pitch him inside. I think he's like at home, sitting on the couch, reading a book.
Ground ball right side. Carpenter retired. That's where a player and an athlete has to know himself, know his abilities. You think of Colton Long developing into a big leaguer really before our eyes, Alan. The confidence that's grown in him just to be comfortable in his own skin, who he is as a player.
A lot of players, when they come to the big leagues, they don't think they're worthy. You know, they don't think they're as good as the competition. And then they find out they are. It's only natural to kind of look up to the big leaguers and then to realize that, hey, I'm just as good as they are.
That's the problem with the minor league to big league jump, and there's jumps that players have had to have before. They were high school players and college players and professional players, but that big league jump is a jump where you really notice the guy's name on his back, and that has tremendous meaning to you. It's one thing about, hey, I want to be better than this college senior and I'm a freshman, but you get to the big leagues and all of a sudden you're playing against Molina and Posey and Holiday and names like that. You all of a sudden realize, wait a minute, these are the big boys. And the mystique that goes along with it, you have to overcome it.
I mean, you may be the best player in your league or even your state, but then all of a sudden you get up here and you're playing against every other's best player in the state. See if you agree with this statement. I believe that there are superstars and there's average players, and the real difference is there's not that much physical difference. It's the mental aspects that make the superstars.
No question. Consistency. I think adjustments have a lot to do with that too.
Sure.
If you're not adjusting faster than the opposition is adjusting to you, that's when you start to overthink it. You look like the game's just kind of flying past you. You're just always a little bit late on everything, whether you're at the plate or the pitcher just seems a little bit scared perhaps.
Fastball away. Missed location. Ball coming in on Colton. Talking with Mike Shannon today, he really thinks Colton's going to have an outstanding career, but Mike still thinks that Colton, even though we're seeing him play with a lot more confidence, he still thinks that he's still trying to grip the bat way too tight, trying to squeeze sawdust out of it. Just relax. And that's what happens when you grip it too tight. Pop it up. We've seen him a completely different ball player since he's come back up in the minor leagues. And if you talk to him about it, it was all between the ears. I went down with the attitude, worked on, I used to be this kind of player. I used to think this when I got in the batter's box. And when I went to the big leagues, I didn't think that way. He hit a curveball. Petit will be making his 70th pitch. Didn't want the curveball, didn't want the slider, didn't want the fastball, it's changeup.
The 3-2. High for a ball. Wong works a walk with 2 outs. Very good franchises here. The Cardinals and the Giants, the top in the National League, along with the Dodgers, and 2 of the marquee players, Al, and how their numbers stack up. The all-time greats, Willie Mays and Stan Musial.
2 of the most respected players in the game. 660 home runs for Willie Mays. A lot of people think he would have hit many, many more, but playing in the old configuration of Candlestick, where the right field area was opened up and just that wind coming in off the bay and freezing conditions and everything else that knocked down a lot of his home runs.
0-1 to Matt Holliday.
Good breaking ball there. I saw Willie Mays in his prime, and I played against him when I just felt bad for him because it was at the end of his career playing for the Mets and just a shadow of the great player he once was.
Oh, 0-2 to Holliday, first to throw to first. Interesting what Mike Shannon said about Willie Mays in our pregame show, that he started out his career 0 for 12, and the Giants said, hey, you're our center fielder, period. And I don't care if you go 0 for 50, you're going to be the guy, so relax.
And that's kind of what Mike Mathene's going to have to do to some of these younger players.
The 0-2 to Holiday, misses outside, and the temperature dropping a bit again. We have a little bit of rain falling
across
now.
the river is going to be coming across here quickly, but
fans starting to scurry a bit.
If you're going to bring in, Oscar Taveras, Grichuk, Wong, you're going to have to play them virtually every day, or they're better off going to the minor leagues and playing every day.
The 1-2, swing and a miss. Holiday strikes out. Cardinals strand their second. Michael Wacha back to work as long as the rain holds off. At Phillips 66 with 8 gallons or more now until September 19th, and receive up to 50% off on a pair of tickets to a Cardinals home game. For more information, visit cardinals.com/Phillips66. 1-0 Cardinals. Wacha, Taveras, the stars so far. Rain in the area and threatening.
I think the home plate umpire just called for the lights to be turned on, as there's a big cell across the river, but it looks like it might skirt around us.
Wouldn't want to hit against Michael Wacha when it's dark.
You're talking about your first major league win. We'll have to wait for June for my first major league win 44 years ago.
44.
Yep. And it was a little bit of a disadvantage. It was in Chicago against the Cubs. I pitched the 16th and 17th innings, and obviously that's
late.
Pre-lights.
Oh yeah.
And I think it was probably a 3 o'clock start, so it was pretty dark.
I thought hitting against and watching Cardinal players hit against Lee Smith at, I don't know, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, getting closer to twilight time. I thought that was tough. But hitting against Al Raboski in the 16th, right off the instep.
And this may be a tough thing. Bochy's going, please
don't be hurt.
My backup catcher, my #1 catcher and former MVP of the National League, batting champion of the National League, is Buster Posey, who's been out with a back issue, nerve problem. And they say Sanchez would take more wicked foul tips and apparently fouling balls off his front foot.
But he's got to play now, doesn't he?
Well, I know Bruce said that Bochy's feeling better and he may be able to pinch hit, but I think he didn't want him to have the chance to have to catch, and now we're going to have another rain delay.
Rain coming down hard all of a sudden. The grounds crew scurrying to get the tarp on this field as quickly as possible. There's Ron Kulpa, the crew chief, who has ordered the tarp to be put back down again. We already have had a 47-minute rain delay. And it's coming down pretty good right now. That cell that you mentioned we thought might pass us by has found us. Temperatures definitely have dropped here at Busch Stadium. Giants batting in the top of the 7th inning. 1-0 Cardinals, and it's pouring right now. So it's time for another Helitech rain delay. We'll be back with more from Busch after this. St. Louis. As the skies have cleared, let's get you caught up. Michael Wacha started here for the Cardinals and was terrific. Just 3 hits in 6 innings. He worked through 1 rain delay of 45 minutes, but he's not back out here for the 2nd rain delay. But the real story here, Oscar Taveras. First career hit was a home run. And Taveras absolutely electrified the crowd here. Got a standing ovation, a curtain call, and now we have Sam Freeman taking over for Michael Wacha. He's our Chevy call to the bullpen.
And Sam, really his first high leverage situation coming into a game. It is the top of the 7th inning, nobody out. You got a 1-ball, 2-strike count on the switch hitter Hector Sanchez, their catcher. And Sam has pitched well enough to get this opportunity right now. But as you mentioned, and Oscar Taveras called up his 2nd plate appearance. He hits a home run.
So a 1-2 count. If Freeman is able to strike out Sanchez, according to the rules, the strikeout goes to Michael Wacha. Everything else is Sam Freeman's responsibility. Working from the stretch, the 1-2.
And that's because he's coming in with the count in his favor. So first pitch of ball, it's 2-2.
Late swing fouled off by Sanchez. A little bit better from the left side, like most of these Giants. That delay, 51 minutes officially. So an hour and a half plus of rain delays here this afternoon. Otherwise, it's been a very crisply played game. Very good pitching here. Just 5 hits, no errors in this game. Freeman, the 2-2, hit to the right side, right to Alan Craig. So Freeman retires his first batter. And we're underway again here at Busch Stadium. You are 100% right. This is as high leverage as it gets here. 1-0 lead. Freeman pitching the 7th inning. And we like what we've seen from Sam Freeman. We always talk about, Al, for him, the key is fastball command.
Right. It's the 3rd consecutive year that he's come to the big leagues. And each time he's looked a little bit better. And I think this time he wants to stay. No doubt he has good stuff. He can throw his fastball 95, 96 mile an hour range. When he first came up 3 years ago, he couldn't throw strikes with his fastball. His breaking ball was the most effective in the strike zone.
Good fastball there.
See right there, right on the black, down and away. And you can see it surprises Colvin, who struck out twice against Wacha today.
Freeman has a very good changeup as well. And paints again. This one at 94. Wonder if the strike zone would get a little wider, Al, after an hour and a half of rain delays.
I think it could. Wouldn't be disappointed in it either.
Swing and a miss on the fastball. That one at 95. Colvin has struck out for the 3rd time here this afternoon. Our AT&T fan photo. Here's a look at our photo of the day. You can tweet your photos to STL Fan Photo and have a chance to have it shown in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by AT&T.
Rick, I remember Whitey Herzog telling me about a story that he was the leadoff hitter in the game. Went up the plate, first pitch looked like it was about an inch or 2 outside. It was strike 1. Next pitch was about 4 inches outside, strike 2. Looked back at the umpire and he said, Whitey, we have a very bad forecast and we're going to get this game in. And just told Whitey, okay, swing. And when he went back to the on deck circle, You know, he told everybody, hey guys, you know, it's going to be a big strike zone today. Let's swing. He said they had a snappy baseball game, good game, competitive on both sides, and the players adjusted to that strike zone.
As long as you know it's coming, it's not as bad.
Yeah. You know, forewarned. You know,
right.
If anything's close, swing.
The 1-2, swing and a miss. Freeman gets his man again. This time Brandon Hicks. And it's time to stretch here in St. Louis. We've been stretching a lot through the rain delays. Let's stretch some more. Way to go, Sam Freeman. Bottom of the 7th in St. Louis. Time for our Mazda game summary, and the summary very simple. Good pitching. Petit, Wacha. Taveras a home run. His first hit as a major leaguer, and a lot of rain. That's our summary. George Cantos, part of a very good San Francisco Giant bullpen, and he is the Chevy call to the bullpen.
We've seen him before, just his 5th appearance this year, and keeping opponents to a 211 average. Cantos possesses a fastball in the 92-94 mile-an-hour range. Both the 2- and 4-seam fastballs. Slider his best pitch. Straight down with that slider, and throws a changeup.
Taveras with a home run today, and we've got a list of some recent Cardinals. Recent going back to 1976, who had a home run for their first major league hit.
Right.
Adam Wainwright on that list.
He did it at A&T Park.
And we're going to take a look at that home run by Adam Wainwright. I wonder how many times he's looked at this.
You know, if I remember right, he not only got his first home run in that game, but he also got his first major league win. One guy on there, home run McDonald, Keith McDonald. Not only did he hit a home run in his first plate appearance, he had a second home run in his second plate appearance.
Learned something from Adam Wainwright earlier this week. We were at a function together, and he talked about how much he likes to watch video to get locked in on his good performances, and what he does when his bad performance, he just throws those away. He doesn't keep them. He doesn't want to have anything to do with it, doesn't want to think about it.
It's negative.
It's negative, and certainly wasn't a great day for him yesterday, but he has plenty of positive videos to look at to get himself back on track. Craig, Molina, and Taveras with the Cardinals. And he greets Cantos with a base hit. Does Alan Craig, his first hit of the afternoon. And the Cardinals' third.
Sure wouldn't hurt to pile on right here. So Alan Craig, just that breaking ball sliding across the plate. up a little bit, and that's why he was able to line it. Allen extends his hitting streak to 7 games with that base hit.
Yadier Molina, 2 for his last 17. Rain delay is always a challenge mentally for a player to make sure you stay sharp, but especially for a catcher. A lot of hours at the ballpark for Yadier Molina. A lot of thought process involved with each of the Cardinal pitchers that he's going to deal with, and plus he's trying to get his swing back.
Not only do you have to hydrate, but I imagine you have to stretch out, get ready for to go back behind the plate and start squatting again.
Oh, 0-1 to Yadi. Pitch backs him off the plate. Each player has his own little thing he likes to do, routine during a rain delay. Some will just kind of sit there and listen to music. Others will chat. Anything to pass the time. The 1-1. Another hanger. This one fouled back.
Well, today's clubhouses are a little more plush. They have a few more amenities than years ago.
They have some guys playing video games, Candy Crush, Words with Friends, all those fun things.
Oh boy, it sounds like you're still a big leaguer. Same games you play with all the time.
Well,
guilty.
Guilty as charged. The 1-2. Late swing by Yadi comes up empty. Out number 1 here in the Cardinals 7th. How about the round of applause here for Mr. Taveras? I imagine, Al, more than a few Cardinal fans have waited around through the rain delay. I mean, where else would you rather be but Busch Stadium anyway? But I bet there's a few that just wanted to see Oscar Taveras hit again.
I would agree.
First pitch to Oscar is low and away for a ball.
And I imagine there's a few that have escaped to Ballpark Village to where they could watch Oscar and also to have a chance to celebrate a little bit more.
There they are, Fox Sports Midwest live.
We count them too.
I love the way they wave to us. I just love that. All of Al's best friends over there. You are big over at Ballpark Village, by the way. Raise your hand if you love Al Roboski. See? The 1-0. On the outside corner, there's the big plate we talked about. 1-1 to Taveras. Taveras, again, a very pure hitter. And Oscar much more of a right fielder than he is a center fielder, although Mike Matheny was talking about Taveras pre-game and said that there may be a day where he could be a center fielder, but right now he's best in right.
Come inside. Will they miss? It wasn't that much in, but it was up above the strike zone. He does a good job to lay off it.
Many have talked about Taveras and his knowledge of the strike zone too. I mean, all good hitters have to have that, don't they?
Yeah, it was a backdoor breaking ball that came over the middle of the plate that he hit out. So we'll see what they call right here on a 2-1 count. Be his changeup.
Craig the runner at first, and the pitch. Late swing and a foul back.
That does a good job to protect the plate.
Trying to shoot that one maybe the other way. He does have good power the other way. Saw him hit a home run I believe it was on field 3 at spring training. Just kind of stuck his bat out, just flicked his wrist and hit one in the left center field over the fence during spring training.
That says something in those fields.
And there's no question. Ball doesn't carry there. It's very windy.
2-2. Fastball in. Didn't like it. Fastball way didn't want it. The slider. Same pitch he hit out. Not
3
a very
and
good
2.
one. But you see what you're talking about is, he's still got to be amped up and all excited, but yet he's under control and not expanding his strike zone.
From Puerto Plata, Dominican Republic. A day he'll never forget here today already.
His mom, I'm sure, has already heard the news. And
I think the Dominican Republic has heard the news. Full count. The pitch. Swing and a miss. He strikes him out onto second base. Throw gets away, and Alan Craig has a stolen base.
His first.
Running on the pitch.
Young shortstop couldn't hold on to it. Ed Allen by plenty, but flipped it right in his glove and flipped it up. And he's safe with his first steal of the year. 1 for 2 now.
In scoring position for Johnny Peralta.
Boy, Peralta has really struggled with runners in scoring position. In this series, he's already hit a couple double plays with men in scoring position. There's Pat Neshek, who looks like he's going to inherit that 8th inning and move Carlos Martinez down. Non-pressure situation for a while.
We talked about that really not being a bad idea.
No,
Carlos
it's a good idea.
Carlos has such great talent. There's no question about it. But right now, Neshek is the one that's been more consistent.
And Martinez has no bigger fan than Mike Matheny. But not getting the job done, and there's too many left-handed batters right now for this Giants team.
Good breaking ball from Contos. Freezes Peralta. Strikeout victim twice here today. We've seen plenty of strikeouts. Only one walk in this game, and that was Colton Wong in the 6th inning. Wacha 6 solid innings, no walks, 7 strikeouts. Allowed just 3 hits. The 1-1. Hit hard. Left center field gap. And this ball is down. And to the wall. Here comes Craig. The Cardinals now lead 2-0 thanks to Johnny Peralta.
By the way, Johnny, his 24th RBI. And you just love it when they trade positions. One double. One guy sitting out on second base and trade positions with him and drive him in.
He's had his share of extra base hits, hasn't he, Al?
Yep, he has. Majority of his hits have been extra base hits. Home runs, now a double. That's his 12th double of the year.
And the stolen base, very important.
They're going to intentionally pass John Jay to bring up the pitcher's spot.
Right now, the on-deck hitter is the bat boy. Grichuk is hiding. But the bat boy is the only one in the on-deck circle right now.
And Bochy could order the umpire to tell him put somebody out there. Now Grichuk does go to the on-deck circle. Remember, they remove the plastic emblems of the team because they don't want people slipping on it when this rain comes up. Oh, we had that a couple years ago.
I think you make a good point. You're actually required to have somebody in the on-deck circle by rule.
Other than the bat boy.
Other than the bat boy.
this kind of plays right into Mike Matheny's hands. I think he might have had the shortstop switch hitter. But I think we were going to get Neshek into the 8th inning. So with a chance with 2 men on, you bring up a position player and hopefully you can pad the lead.
Two nothing Cardinal lead right now. George Contos has given up a run here in the 7th inning, and 2 Cardinals still aboard. Peralta and John Jay facing Randall Grichuk. 22-year-old rookie takes strike 1.
He's hitting the ball very well down at Memphis. He's leading the club with 10 home runs, 32 RBIs, 589 slugging percentage.
1 for 3 with a walk yesterday.
Sanchez out to talk to Contos, getting the ball down. He's finally got an ERA. The run that just scored was the first one against him this year. It's just his 5th appearance.
Pitching has been outstanding here this afternoon. Tomorrow, Lance Lynn and Tim Hudson. Final game of the series. Cardinals just 1-4 in this homestand. Would like to pull this one out. Still have a chance for a winning homestand. Got to start here today. The 1-1 to Grichuk is low. 2-1.
Finish this game and Sunday with the Giants, then Monday and Tuesday with the Royals coming in, who were beaten today 12-2 by Toronto.
Grichuk has surprising power. Not a big guy, but the ball jumps off his bat. 2-2 the count. Swing and a miss. He blows it by him upstairs. So Contos strikes out the inning, but Peralta delivers a 2-out double. 2-0 St. Louis. Let's go to Pat Paris in our studio with his Bomberito Sports Update. Pat? Thanks, Pat. Appreciate that update. Tanaka, one of those guys who was a can't-miss prospect, and depending upon which system you use to rate minor league prospects, he was in the top 5, and so is Oscar Taveras, our guy, our Chevy call to the bullpen, Pat Mishak.
Well, Pat leads the staff with his 27th appearance, 1-0 with the 3rd best ERA in the National League, 0.76. And he has pitched so effectively, but a little higher leverage, and he's earned that right.
Angel Pagan, pinch hitting for the Giants. He's been one of their best players. Pagan, top 10 in the National League in batting.
So then you'll have Crawford will pinch hit in the pitcher spot and go into play shortstop.
Game certainly well within reach for the Giants. Swing and a miss. Late cut there by Pagan.
Mishak was with Oakland last year, so some of these Giants may have an idea of what he's like, but by his own admission, he said last year all he did was throw sliders. Slider, slider, slider. More fastballs now.
And a changeup there.
Yeah.
Pagan hitting .341 from the left side. Always important to get that leadoff batter out.
Another changeup. We haven't seen many of those. And you could see how had the hitter way out in front.
He has a bit of a lunging swing anyway from the left side, doesn't he? But
yeah.
He certainly has made contact well.
Gone is 0 for 1 off of Nishak.
And he swings and misses at a pitch away from him. And a good start for Nishak.
Good start for the bullpen for the Cardinals. 3 strikeouts in a row.
Tailing away, catching that outside corner, and again a lot of lower half movement with Pagan in that swing. But he's been successful. Mom's always teaching.
Always get the young student to listen, but she is, isn't she? Paying attention to what mom says. Wait till she gets to be a teenager.
Let's just say it won't be quite as easy. Brandon Crawford, the pinch hitter for the pitcher spot. Al said he'll stay on and play shortstop. He's their everyday shortstop, but he's mired in a bit of a slump of late. 2 for his last 20. 0 for 7 in this series. Good player, however. 2-1. Fly ball to center. Well hit. Fairly deep. John Jay says, I got it, and he takes it. Join us at Forest Park Golf Course on June 10th for the 2014 Cardinals Care Reviving Baseball in the Inner Cities Golf Tournament. Each foursome will be paired with a former Cardinals player or a St. Louis celebrity. All proceeds will go to the RBI program through Cardinals Care. For more information, visit cardinals.com/RBI Golf. Played in that tournament, I'm going to say a dozen times.
Yeah. You're going to play this year?
I cannot play this year.
I'm going to show up. We'll determine whether I play.
Well, we hope you do.
I intend to. Hope my club show up.
Ted Savage has done such great work with that tournament over the years and raised a lot of very important funds for the RBI program. And a greater St. Louis area, reviving baseball in the inner city. 2 outs. Gregor Blanco way out in front of that changeup, pops it up on the right side. Wong says, "I've got it." And Nishek outstanding in the 8th. 2-0 St. Louis. Cardinals baseball on Fox Sports Midwest is brought to you by Bud Light, who reminds fans to stay in the game and drink responsibly. And by Ford, the official cars and trucks of the St. Louis Cardinals. Our players of the game brought to you by Budweiser. Hard to pick just one, Al, so we went with 2 of them here this afternoon. Oscar Taveras, a home run. Solo home run that gave the Cardinals the lead. His first hit as a major leaguer, and Michael Wacha 6 very solid innings.
They were both the subject of our Toyota keys to the game. So good to see the 2 youngsters come through.
They are young indeed. Wacha 22, Taveras 21. Wonder how he'll sleep tonight. Jeremy Affeldt, our Chevy call to the bullpen. He's been a very tough left-hander over the years.
I see he's been scoreless 18 of his 20 appearances, 0-1. Lefty's hitting .241, actually higher than the righties, but he's really bared down with runners in scoring position. Just .148, the left-handed batters.
Very good stuff. 34 years of age. Came up as a starter and has found a home as a reliever. And he and Javier Lopez, a pretty good 1-2 punch from the left side in this Giants bullpen. His job, keep it close. Matt Carpenter's job, get on base, extend the lead. 2-0.
Well, about 7 days. Affeldt will turn 35. One time before he signed a very lucrative contract, free agent contract with the Giants. I was rooting for him to come to St. Louis. Carpenter is 1 for 3 against Affeldt.
Make that transition from being a starter to a reliever. It makes me think of our dear friend Bruce Sutter, who used to tease all the guys who are used to being starters in the minor leagues. You get to the bullpen, they throw you out there in the bullpen, you're wondering, oh boy. And he would always go up to the young guys and say, yeah, you can't make any money in the bullpen. And he, of course, had a nice contract at the time. And he would always try to let you know what, it's not such a bad job after all. That one just missed. Carpenter, good eye, and the Cardinals have their leadoff runner aboard here in the 8th.
Rick, I've always felt that if you were going to be the closer or had a prominent role, say a 7th, 8th inning reliever, and you were used consistently, it was so much more fun to be a reliever because you come to the ballpark every day expecting to pitch.
You're more a part of the team in some ways.
Absolutely.
Perhaps bunting here, Colton Wong. They're going to check and see if Wong goes up on the bat, trying to get him to tip whether or not the bunt is on here. Hit and run, of course, a possibility. Wong good at making contact. So the question here, do you play for one extra run or do you play for a bigger number? Cardinals playing for one and bunts it foul.
I was watching Carpenter with his lead really leaning towards second base, but his whole intention was to lean but coming back to first. He wasn't trying to steal. And I think we've been a little disappointed that late in ball games, close games, we haven't seen the Cardinals try to take advantage against this catcher.
Alan Craig stole a base in the 7th. Slider high, 1-1. Be a great count for a hit and run here.
Things up. Wong's looking down at Oquendo. As you said, you keep now you really got the defense of the Giants guessing. Is the bunt still on? Will they turn Wong loose with the butcher boy on?
Long time to get the signs there. 1-1 the count.
And throw to first because they aren't sure. Hit and run on all kinds of different ways. You got Sandoval. Pitch is being made. He's about 10 feet in front of the grass cutout. With curveball, fastball away.
Swinging away, line drive up the middle and caught by the shortstop. Crawford on the move makes that play. So Wong was swinging, was not a hit and run, but he almost got a base hit.
See, he just got jammed on it, didn't hit it hard, and just gets a little bit of a snow cone. It's the end of the glove, but watch, he'll grab it and kind of flip it back down into the palm of his hand to where he could be in a throwing position.
Matt Holliday is over 3. Popped out, flew out to left, and also struck out against the starter Yusmeiro Petit, who had 6 solid innings of his own. And there's the Cardinals closer Trevor Rosenthal getting loose.
Not that Trevor needs it. Nice job by Neshek and Freeman. But another insurance run wouldn't hurt.
Right down central. 1-1. Big debate in baseball, Al, about do you give up an out via the bunt or not, and you'll have solid baseball people on both sides of that argument. And one of the ways that sabermetrics and really all the metrics and studies of outcomes, etc., that are available to us now, kind of helping determine whether or not it makes sense to do it or not. Run expectancy is something that I think will get more and more play in the general baseball world. I mean, there's some certainly that are very familiar with that now, but the average fan certainly is not. But it's how many runs do you expect to get with a guy at first with nobody out versus a guy at second with 1 out, and is the bunt worth it or not?
Right. And I guess you have to really base it on who's at the plate, who's on base.
No doubt.
A lot of different components in trying to just pick a number.
Can the batter bunt?
You know, it's like right now, every time Carpenter is leaning, but it's coming back to first base. Now he's starting to get a better read. He took 2 steps towards first before the throw was made, but he's been a little confused by Appelt.
Could be a big add-on here for the Cardinals, who already lead 2-0. The pitch to Holiday is low and almost scooted under the glove of the catcher Sanchez. That ball almost got away.
You know, team wins are what really counts, but individual, I'll take another pitch at this, is Sanchez almost boxed that ball, but in the vicinity. But individual little accomplishments can add up to those victories, so it's all right. And Holiday has to come through here, or his streak will end at 26 games of reaching first base at home. It's intact.
Cardinals will take that.
Well, that is now. Matt Holliday has reached safely in each of the first 27 games at Busch Stadium this season.
Perhaps a mechanics conversation right now with Righetti and Affeldt. Righetti was quick to pop out of the dugout there after the walk to Holiday. 2 walks in the inning, and you don't expect that from the very reliable Jeremy Affeldt. So some words of wisdom from Dave Righetti, and Alan Craig will take his turn.
And your run expectancy has increased with 1 out and 2 men on. And
Absolutely
Alan Craig,
has.
and Alan Craig coming to the plate.
And that's always the thing with numbers, isn't it, Al? You've got human factors.
Yeah, Alan Craig 1 for 2. That's factored in there also.
Up the middle, Affeldt has it. Not sure who to throw it to. Picks the shortstop who completes the double play. Craig hit that ball hard. But we go to the 9th. It's up to Trevor Rosenthal to close this one out. Thanks, Pat. And look forward to the post-game show. 2-0 Cardinals. Trevor Rosenthal, 5th in the National League with his 15 saves. He will have 2, 3, 4, the toughest part of the Giants' order here in the 9th, Al.
And he's still got those strikeouts working for him. 32. But really doesn't matter how you get them out. You got to get them out, and strikeouts are a little more glamorous.
He'll have Pence, Sandoval, and Morse in the 9th. 2-0 Cardinal lead. First pitch, swing and a miss. 94 up in the eyes. Late swing, watch out. Trevor had a birthday here in this series, did he not?
Yes, he did. I believe Friday. Does that sound right?
I believe that's right. Very close. The 1-2.
Ooh, what happened to that wide strike zone? Set up inside. It is inside, but call doesn't go Trevor's way. Crowd getting into it. Little help.
The 2-2. Swing and a miss. He gets Pence. Out number 1 here in the 9th. This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the St. Louis Cardinals. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. Two more Giants to go.
You talk about run expectancy. Well, the expectancy really goes down when you get that first batter out. You retire that first batter, you're well on your way to a shutout inning.
My late high school baseball coach taught me that. Said you get the first out, it's like half an inning. And I have never forgotten that.
Right.
And I know it's not half an inning, but it sure does feel like it. Swing and a miss by Sandoval. And Rosenthal has his fastball popping.
It's hard for me to believe this, but according to stats, Rosenthal has never faced Pence, Sandoval. He's only faced Blanco, Crawford, Morris, and Sanchez.
The 2-1. Another fastball, this one at 97.
Last time Trevor pitched was first game on Friday night, so he's got a little weapon. Fastball away. Might have slipped a little bit on his landing area. He hasn't pitched a lot this week, so he should have plenty of ammo. And the fastball away again.
Swing and a miss. It gets Sandoval.
I tell you, when you get the first 2 out in an inning, it's really high percentage that you get a shutout in.
Even better when you get the first 3. Up in the eyes, he couldn't lay off, and so now the last hope for the Giants is Michael Morse. And these fans have just enjoyed baseball here this afternoon at Busch Stadium.
Michael Morris is 1 for 2 off of Rosenthal. Old-fashioned hardball. Here it is. 98 miles an hour. You can tell Trevor's feeling it. Change up. Good idea. Just
Freeman was perfect. Neshek was perfect. Rosenthal working in the 9th. 2 outs.
Change up again. Strike 2. Boy, you put that little thought in the mind there that he could throw 98 and then it's got a very effective changeup. Michael Morris's fastball in. Right there.
He got it. Rosenthal strikes out the side, and the Cardinals take game 3, 2-0. Michael Wacha wins his 4th.
Stop that losing streak at 3. Now win tomorrow, tie the series, and then have a winning homestand against Kansas City.
Let the party start in the Cardinals clubhouse. Oscar Taveras will be right in the middle of it. Postgame show next.